Good morning, everybody, and welcome along to day 3 of week 12 of the Icons of Darts Lively, brought to you by Motorsports and Glow 6. It is sweltering today in England, and if you're looking for someone who might have a bit of relief from this weather, you won't be in any luck, because every single player today lives in England.
25.
The weather here today is nothing short of blistering.
It's a bullseye.
That's a blistering bullseye from Wolfie to start his day off.
All the best, Martin.
And is that a sign of what
All the
we
best, David.
come to expect?
And you.
And of course, with all the players being from England, what better way to start than with
55.
the most recognisable England captain of all time in Martin Adams. D.EVANS playing in his third
100.
consecutive day, but he will make way for a young superstar later in the week by the name of Keane Barry.
For 140.
D.EVANS is in the kind of mood where he doesn't really want to make way because he's had a very good week. Finished second on Monday in the table, and yesterday was top of the table, so it has been a very productive couple of days for Dave.
100.
Wherever you are watching, whether it's on the Motorsports YouTube page, via dartshop.tv, or via your favourite bookmakers website.
97.
All of us here at Modus hope you are keeping fit, staying well, and today staying cool wherever you are.
$100.
If you do choose to have a little flutter on today's league leader, or indeed anything during the game, please gamble responsibly and
58.
make sure that your social media activity, if it is directed towards a player, is kept positive. We will not tolerate any negative or hateful tweetage or use of Facebook, Instagram, or any other social media site.
58.
Dave can nick this first leg on a 146, and another one of those 57s would be handy. He found the left side of that. I think he has. And look at that for a start. Woo! I said it was going to be a blistering day. That's a blistering beginning from D.EVANS. Picture perfect. 146 out. So that's the benchmark
96.
for the high finish of the day, potentially, in the very first leg.
$180.
There is a maximum from Martin Adams in his resistance to the start of D.EVANS, but the challenge for the players today is not only
140.
the 5 games that they will play, all of which are best of 9 legs. Well, I've already heard from Martin and Dave what they're doing to try and stay at an optimum temperature in the rooms where they are playing, whether it is opening windows in between games and airing the room out, or the use of a fan, which will probably be blowing away from
95.
the player, because if you have a fan on, it will blow the darts in the air. If you really fancy, you might have some very good air conditioning and be able to deflect that around the room away from the dartboard. But Martin has said that he's bought some reflective material for the window, the kind of thing you would put on your windscreen when it's really, really hot, just to keep the heat out of the room, which I think is another mark of the experience that he brings to this field. Double 16 will be for an 11 darter.
Game in 3.
Gets the 12, and the likelihood is he probably needed to hit that 86 out, because Dave was lurking again. This one has started very, very well indeed. And over the course of the last couple of months, we have seen a lot of the
140.
league phases on a daily basis go to the last game of the day. But what's to say that this result won't be the most important of the day?
46.
We're looking at two of, if not the two form horses over the 12 weeks that we've been playing. Multiple daily titles, weekly titles, big checkouts, an abundance of 180s, and of course, that 9-darter from Martin.
140.
One of only two in the last 3 months.
$93.
When playing Dave yesterday, he defeated me 5 legs to 1, and that was sheer consistency from him. Didn't let up, didn't have many bad scores at all.
100.
Martin seems to be in a buoyant mood today. It was 86 after 9 in the last leg. This time it's 1-2-1.
100.
Not going to get it on this occasion. For the first time in the match, D.EVANS is not in position to take the leg out if Martin misses.
53.
You have to use the 18s at some point here. Why would he when he is potentially on a max?
40.
Clean kill required to deny Dave a shot of 1-2-2.
Game 3.
Clean kill is what you get. And another leg. 15 and under. That's the standard we're living by in this game. You can see by the averages of Dave just over 100. Martin somewhat 3 or 4 above that. We'll be joined by J.COLE in the next game, who definitely drawing the short straw today. Jared playing in a conservatory with
95.
a clear roof. That boy is going to lose some weight today, and it's going to take an incredible amount of concentration from him in these conditions. But he's a young man with full of energy, and I'm sure he'll be fine. He'll play against D.EVANS, who will stay on the board. And then Wolfie will return in game number 3 to play young Jared. After that, we'll be joined by Andy Jenkins.
123.
Then Richie Edhouse and Fallon Sherrick will join us at 12:35 British time, where she will start her charge today against
60.
J.COLE. This one's a bit of a cagey leg. It's in the
55.
balance. With that 55, Martin opens up a 1-dart advantage, so he's under a bit of pressure now.
180.
Did I say he was under pressure? It will be his turn to have first
100.
crack at a finish. And that's a very aggressive 60 from Martin, because if he missed that treble, he wasn't on a finish. Dave is on double 16 again.
74.
And this time on the Ton Plus checkout, he misses double 16 to finish it. Martin has missed the 18s, so Dave returns for the first leg that will be over 5 visits.
112.
Game in 1.
No problem at all. Got a sighter on the previous visit and returns with no trouble. 2-all in a very tight match, which I'm sure a lot of people expected, because when these guys have been playing each other, predominantly it is very tight.
140.
And it was on Monday when they played each other, which was the final game of Monday's session. 5 legs to 4 to Dave.
140.
And after a cagey last leg, they've got back on the 140 train here.
100.
Hard to say whether in these hot conditions in England today, whether doing the early shift or the early games or doing the later shift, where the advantage is.
180.
I'm not sure there is any sort of advantage because all players will have to play in the middle of the day when it will be at its hottest. And if you think it's not going to have an effect on today, you'd be wrong. There's not many dart players will be playing many matches in 30-degree heat outside, which will correspond to possibly warmer conditions
91.
inside. Martin has 121 for a 12 darter and to regain the lead. And Dave has done very well to leave a shot under 100 after 9 darts. So 2 single 20s for Bull. Guarantees the single.
65.
Just falls short on the button. Two shots to get it done. Double four.
56.
2 shots missed. Could be a very, very key leg this because it's on Wolfie's throat.
Game in 2.
And that corner of the board has been very good to Dave Evans. I think that's the strongest part of his game when he's playing at his best, which I think at this point in time, he's pretty close to. Speaking to Dave last night, I congratulated him on his daily victory, and he said he did feel good yesterday. So when he's feeling good, that's a bad sign for the rest of the field. But I get the feeling that the strength in his game lies not only with very, very high scoring when he gets going,
82.
his ability to clock those 25s, those 64s, those occasional 146s like we saw in leg 1 today, shows that there's not many weaknesses in the game.
100.
When he gets that real bit of confidence. Even when certain players are playing their best, they do
180.
have obvious strengths. But the best players are the ones who have great ability in all areas, and that's exactly what we've seen from Martin the last 30 years.
97.
And Martin has to leave a finish here from 239.
$99.
Sensibly goes downstairs. Last thing you want to do is leave 99 or 139. Dave's not going to take the 170, so Martin gets a shot.
58.
And he knows now, with Dave not getting a treble, that the very worst he needs to do here is leave a ton. What I meant was hit a ton.
100.
And that's exactly what he's done. Has to sit and hope, though. And Dave does not get a shot at that bottom left corner to take the leg and to go 4-2 ahead. We should be looking at a 3-3 game. Is that second dart awkward?
20.
It was. That third dart clattered into that flight, which flattened out. Give us 2 at tops.
Oh, run away. 45.
Just feel he's slowed up a tiny, tiny bit on that shot, just giving it a bit of extra concentration.
Game in 1.
Martin does equalise at 3-3 after missed chances from Dave. I asked social media just before we began today who they thought was going to win, and Many different answers.
60.
Andy Jenkins, your champion on Monday. A lot of people think that maybe it could be Andy's day again. Then you look at Dave, who won yesterday, so you have two champions from this week playing today. You can never bet against Martin. And of course, Fallon Sherrick won at the back end of last week for the very first time. And there's a few people think that Jared Cole may be due a title.
125.
He has been trending in the right direction. He has been picking his form up, so today's going to be very,
96.
very difficult to call. And as things progress, game on game, I will keep you up to date with who is top of the table and who has the best leg difference. But let's get a few games under our belt, shall we, before we go into that complexity.
100.
Dave on 305's got to be crafty here. Now he has to switch.
139.
And he's unfortunate. The small single that he gets outside the 25 leaves him a bogey number, which gives Martin 6 darts from 216.
45.
He's not able to leave a finish, and Dave has dodged a bullet there. So the opportunity to break the Wolfie throw still presents itself.
134.
And that is how you position yourself from 166. Perfeczione.
$139.
Speaking of perfection, there's a little bit more of it.
Game in 1.
Well, lovely dart there, right smack bang in the middle of that 32 to regain the lead and to get what could be a match-winning breaker throw.
Oh, David. 43.
This is where the pressure's on you to get it done. And there aren't many players in the world that are tougher to get the job done against than Martin Adams.
$100.
I always thought it was funny that Martin Adams' walk-on song was the Hungry Like the Wolf by Duran Duran. I always thought that the Adams family
180.
would have been a rather good crowd pleaser, as Dave gets a crowd pleasing 180 there for his chances to get the first 2 points of the day.
81.
Still has the throw and has a small cushion. Can't afford to take his foot off the gas, and that's exactly what
140.
he's done there. He's kept it to the floor. Martin needs the lot.
140.
I don't think that's enough. In this move, Dave Evans gets rid of 138 in 6. There's the 38.
58.
Leaves 80. Just leaves that door open ajar a tiny, tiny piece. From 80, you
140.
can have 2 darts for the leg, but 2 good darts will guarantee 1. How many will he get? Just the 1. This is a match dart.
40.
It wasn't a bad dart, it just did not dip at the very end, and it looks like we could be going all the way.
Game in 2.
And there you have it. Martin Adams, just very, very difficult to dispose of in a game where the averages have been around that 100 mark the entire time. Top quality stuff to start our day. Are they setting the standard for the likes of Jared Cole, Andy Jenkins, Richie Edhouse, and Fallon Sherrick?
60.
Every player today from a different county in England as well.
99.
Dave Evans, Lancashire, of course. Cambridgeshire for Wolfie. Jared Cole, Hertfordshire. Andy Jenkins, Hampshire.
100.
Richie Edhouse, Sussex via Essex. And Fallon Sherrick, part of the Buckinghamshire team in the previous years.
125.
Leg shootout to see who gets the first points of the day. And whoever loses this leg will be put on the back foot immediately.
78.
David has the darts. Even though he's 14 behind, has the opportunity to stretch his legs a bit here. No pun intended, of course. His nickname is Stretch.
96.
Great last dart. Can't leave the finish now.
Damn it.
Tactical mistake
60.
from Wolfie there, not using the 19 sooner. Dave was in this position in the last leg. Failed to get rid of that 1, 3, 8, and 6.
60.
He would have hoped to have been further south than 1, 2, 1 after that visit. So Wolfie's not out of this yet.
100.
Well, that's pretty much even. $11 for Bull. Gets the treble. Second match start.
107.
Goes inside. There will be a proportion of Dave Evans thinking he might not get another shot. But he is going to.
87.
What does he do? Straight for double 7? It's tricky. Can't be too aggressive on this one. Now he has to be aggressive.
Game in 3.
It's a brilliant shot.
Cheers, buddy. Great game. Very good match.
Jared Cole, and we'll see how hot it is in that conservatory in just a few minutes. Welcome back, and it's time to find out if Stretch can stretch his legs after getting the first 2 points of the day in a bruising 9-leg encounter.
25.
That's our first game involving J.COLE today.
25.
Dave already saying that the room he is playing
Bullseye.
in is rather warm.
Bullseye.
Don't think anyone's going to be playing in a room today
25.
warmer than J.COLE. You can see the sunshine beaming through the roof.
25.
Settling in for a marathon bull off here to see who's going to get the start.
Outside.
25 and bull are good enough.
Outside.
And they're 4 visits each. It's usually the point where you start relaxing a little bit, but you shouldn't. You've got to stay focused.
25.
Up to you, Dave.
25.
There you go. 5 equalizers.
Come on, the bullseye. Come on.
Don't worry, Dave. If you get the bull, Jared's going to get it.
25.
25.
6. Keep the counters going. This could be the longest bullseye shootout we've had in the last 3 months.
25.
Going for 7.
Bullseye.
Well done.
Right in the middle of the bullseye as well.
All right.
Well deserved for Dave Evans.
And you, man.
Ordinarily, I would keep quiet during the bull shootout, but it was quite compelling, as was that first game with Wolfie.
140.
And that is going to make Dave feel very, very chipper right now.
140.
Dave is the man who will be seeking to post that target around 3 o'clock this afternoon,
60.
British time. If he wins his 5 games, of course, he will win today's league. But he knows that if he loses
99.
one, he still has a very good chance. But how much he would love to post 6 points
180.
by lunchtime. He will play 4 games before we have a small break at
98.
1 English time. But he has started this match in the same vein that he started his game against Martin.
Game in 3.
And he's found the bullseye for a second time.
Cheers, buddy.
This time is to take the first leg. In this mood and this form, Dave Evans is going to take some beating today. When he gets on this kind of roll, he has an invincibility factor about him. And
180.
weeks ago, he realized that his darts was starting to lose a little bit of purchase on the very aggressive grip that he has on those barrels. So he requested a new set from his equipment sponsor, Red Dragon. And since he's got the new arrows,
100.
back to normal. Back to what we expect from Dave.
138.
Great use of the board from J.COLE there. Sensibly using the 18s first. And then using that 60 to its maximum potential to leave that
100.
maximum checkout. It's got to hit it. Because look where Dave Evans has
105.
positioned himself again. 121 after 9 again. Different route this time. Same ending shot.
Game in 3.
Oh, I said he looked invincible.
Cheers, buddy.
He's just not missing anything. I sincerely hope that Andy Jenkins, Richie Edhouse, and Fallon Sherrick are watching this, because if they're starting their practice routine sometime around about now,
99.
you might want to get a bit focused. Not that Jared's done much
60.
wrong. He's averaging north of 100 himself.
$60.
Jared looking very trim on top as well. Must have a hairdresser in the family.
140.
He's a lucky boy. Get the feeling that the queues outside the hairdressers in England and the United Kingdom are near reopen. It's going to be
121.
like the queues outside a very well-known clothing outlet that started last Monday.
140.
We just finished after 9 once again. He'll be hoping that Dave doesn't leave 121 for a third consecutive leg.
60.
And he hasn't. He's left exactly the same as what he has.
95.
Great last dart. Well, I had a feeling that Dave was going to get a shot at that bullseye. He didn't. Jared, surely. He does get 2.
Jared.
A
54.
very fast visit. Wasn't the same rhythm and pace as previous visits. He just rushed that a little bit. Dave needs double 3.
Oh no. 21.
Worst case scenario stuff when you're on 24 before the visit to leave yourself on 3.
In 2.
But it is of no consequence as Jared gets his first leg on double 6. A double that he does like. Commentating on him last week, he had a lot of important leg wins on double 6. And I think for the way he lines himself up,
100.
very linear throw, a very good technique. I think double 6 is perfect for someone like Jared.
140.
60.
But when things get back to some sort of normality with live darts and people going back to their respective tours,
140.
I'm sure there will be a bloopers video with things that have interrupted players' throws. We've had all
100.
sorts in the last 3 months. We've had children, we've had pets, we've had doorbells, we've had all sorts.
180.
It's just added to the tension and to the entertainment and excitement. But Dave Evans is making sure that the darts are doing the talking in this leg. His best scoring leg of the day so far.
Game in 2.
And look at that. Winning legs in this match of 12, 12, and 11. Back against this guy in this form at your peril. That average of 113 is no alien to him.
96.
He has had a personal best average in the Icons of Darts Live League of 113 when he beat Mike Warburton. 5 legs to 0 with that average.
$58.
If Dave was to complete the task here, maybe Jared would think, I'm glad that's out of the way so I can focus on all the other
100.
competitors. Jared actually got the victory against Dave Evans on Monday. So is there an element of revenge on
57.
Dave Evans' mind? Dart players have got very good memories. Jared maintaining that 100 average. It's not quite enough at this point, but he's putting the Evans
100.
through under a little bit of pressure here, especially now that he has 2 visits in the bank for this 161 score on the sheet.
100.
And ordinarily, Jared would have gone for the 25 and bull on dart 3 there, but the lie was so good, he thought he could hit it, and he did. It's a great shot.
96.
Important checkout. Always makes a dart player laugh when that happens. You want the 25, but you get the center. Double 4.
53.
And now it could be the center of the board that Dave goes for to start this combination. That's 17, it leaves 77. Went for the 45 for 32. And he went for that because he's been so good on the double 16 today so far. But this time it grazes the outside wire.
In 2.
Jared is liking the doubles on the right side of the board today. He definitely likes the green ones as well. Double 6 and double 4 have been his winning doubles. He can hold through here,
60.
Jared Cole. He will be 3-3. It will be quite the battling performance from him, considering the quality that we've had from Dave Evans so far, not just in this match, but the one previous.
Jared, come on. 60.
Jared showing a lot of fight and determination to stick in this game with Dave, but no troubles in his first 2 visits in this leg.
140.
The bad news is that Dave Evans is finding that trouble.
100.
Advantage Evans. On tennis terms, Dave has
100.
got the advantage. He's a point up or a leg up as he leaves 121 for potentially a third 121 of this match.
59.
Jared wanted it to be égalité, which is deuce, of course, in French. Doesn't have to go for the 11 and bull this time.
Game in 3.
But he's got a third. Don't leave him on 1-2-1 today. That's 3 1-2-1s and the 1-4-6 from the first leg of the day. Finishing maestro. I'm going to start calling him Mr. Crescendo.
93.
$95.
Now to stretch his legs once more
140.
to try and get that big advantage for his leg difference counter. Only on +1, of course, after that 5-4 victory against Wolfie. 5-2 victory here would stretch that. I keep saying that word stretch. Maybe it's his day. It would elongate his leg difference to +4.
Let's see. 45.
Jared's got to eat into this lead. Dave has,
137.
and that's good. More sensible stuff from the Hertfordshire ace as he leaves 170.
97.
But Dave's left something in that same range of what he's been so good at. Jared for the 170. Oh, it's a finishing clinic today. This is great stuff. I'm going to run out of ink in my pen here. Writing down all these finishes. And how important was that for Jared? Not just for his confidence for today, for this match, and to stop
100.
Dave Evans from having a shot at the 126. World-class stuff.
180.
This is an exhibition of brilliance from both players. So enjoyable to watch.
Jared. 57.
I love the way that Jared has responded to the brilliance of Evans. He set the tone early, and Jared has responded
100.
in kind, but he's still behind by one leg. He needs to find something quickly, otherwise the game could be out of his reach.
60.
Could be out of his reach already.
$100.
He's left 121 again. It's for the match.
80.
And I can't believe I'm about to say this. For his fourth 121 finish in this game. Well, I don't think he was 100%
97.
certain whether he was going for the bullseye. So I think he flicked towards his score chart there when he was going for the 51. But now he has double 12.
55.
It's for a 13 darter potentially, but it's for another 2 points.
Game
Six.
2.
Yeah, well, mate, we'll play.
First two games he's
Cheers,
played
buddy.
today, and the first two games we've seen, and he has been sensational. 4 points out of 4. He's going to take some stopping today, that's for sure. Jared Cole will stay on the board, and he'll play Wolfie coming up in a few moments.
So he's got other ones.
Let's see who can stay on the coattails of the rampant Dave Evans from the first couple of games of the day. So we get their first points. Will it be Jared Cole or Martin Adams? Today's league is out of the hands of these players if Dave Evans stays perfect.
Is it made for the bowl?
I'm just going to have our bullseye shootout. Hopefully not as long as the last one, which
oh, maybe Zoom's
took
just died.
7 attempts.
Fancy. I just don't get it. I really don't get it.
Outside.
Jared just loves to mirror what his opponents do on the bullseye shootout.
It's just
What did you say? I couldn't hear anything.
Apologies, we seem to have lost Martin, so we'll just
Outside.
welcome back, everybody, and sorry about that short interval and the slight delay with the beginning of this game. We have had some issues at Martin's end.
I don't know where that was.
Outside.
Go on, Sharon. Go for it, sir. Oh, are we still pulling up, chaps? Oh, I assume we are.
Martin just checking what target he needs to hit,
25.
and that is it.
Hope you can hear
He
me.
will start the match.
Oh, it's a joke.
So both
It's
players,
just an absolute nightmare.
I can't hear
as it
anything.
stands, are struggling just to get into the rhythm of this game with technical Welcome back, everybody, and we send you a heartfelt apology that we haven't been able to bring you the game between Martin Adams and J.COLE as a consequence of some severe technical difficulties in Martin's area, which are out of his control. Unfortunately, Martin has had to withdraw for the rest of today's session, so no Wolfie today, unfortunately.
25.
As a result, we go to the next fixture, which is Dave Evans against Andy Jenkins. As a result of Wolfie's forced withdrawal, the 5-4 victory for Dave Evans at the start of today's play is now void in relation to the league table for today. We now have to progress with only one result counting towards today's table, which is the 5-3 win for Evans against J.COLE. Jared, of course, not having the opportunity to then play Martin.
100.
That's a reduced schedule for the rest of the day. So a slightly
81.
Shorter day for these players who will now play 4 games as opposed to 5. Of course, Dave has already played one, which has been voided. That doesn't detract away from how he has played today already, which has been quite sensational. But that 4-point lead at the top of the table is now only 2.
100.
So as it stands, Dave Evans top of the league on 2 points on +2 in his leg difference.
97.
J.COLE on 0 points with -2. So Andy Jenkins joins us a little bit later than billed.
97.
Starts steadily, leaving himself on 22, but waiting for Dave to miss another treble 19, which he doesn't, and it's double 18.
Game in 3.
Oh, Dave, what are you doing? 150 out to start this match. He started against Wolfie earlier with a 146. And against J.COLE, he had 3, count them, 3 121 checkouts. Today, he is the Michael Jordan of finishing.
100.
I
suppose the benefit of having come through that 9-leg match with Wolfie at the start of today's session is that he got the competitive practice that has now put him in
100.
This kind of mindset, this kind of form. As it stands now, if Dave Evans was to win his remaining games and get to 8 points, he will win today's table. And there are other players who are looking to do that also. Andy, of course, 4 games, get to 8 points, win.
60.
And of course, then it comes down to Fallon Sherrick, which will feature in the next game against J.COLE, and Richie Edhouse gets a later start than previously thought when he comes in to play Dave Evans in his 4th match of the day, but
93.
technically his 3rd. Not able to get to that winning double.
23.
And Andy's had a visit to forget there. And he'll be hoping that lightning's not going to strike twice here. This time, it's 2 treble 18s. And I genuinely thought he was going to get a shot at tops there.
79.
And the way he's feeling right now, he thought he was going to get a shot at it also.
Yeah, game 3.
And he gets a shot at double 16, which I've said on a few occasions he is ruthless at. And draws level in this one at 1 each.
$140.
With that long gap in our coverage today, we do appreciate your patience, and we apologise if it has caused you any inconvenience.
96.
We do appreciate you staying with us for the remainder of the action.
58.
We are, of course, at the mercy of household broadband and internet speeds and functionality, of course, and that is unfortunately what has caused Martin's withdrawal.
99.
I think Dave has got the right haircut for a day like today, where the temperature outside of my house right now is just touched 31 degrees Celsius. Don't see that very often in the United Kingdom.
46, sorry.
Andy lives in Hampshire, in sort of middle south of England, and I'm sure the temperature there is very similar to here.
136.
David's a little bit further north. He's up towards the northwest in Manchester, so I don't think the heat is as severe, but he's only 2 or 3 degrees behind us.
180.
Maximum from him, and flips the scores around. Now he's favourite to win this leg.
90.
One dart at tops.
Game in 3.
And an air of expectancy around that one, because his doubling today has been nothing short of magical.
100.
$93.
I think it goes to show with Dave's form, he knew that his darts were starting to get a bit too smooth, and changes needed to be made in order for him to rediscover the form he showed,
180.
I'll say 4 to 8 weeks ago, as Andy gets his first maximum of the match. And that's where having the backing of
100.
an equipment manufacturer comes in handy, because you can say, I want the same dart, just a new set. And the advice that I would give to good prospects out there is that if you do find a set of darts that you really enjoy playing with and are very effective using, don't just buy one. Buy 2, if not 3 sets.
92.
And that way, when they get rubbed down a little bit, they lose a bit of their grip, you move on to another set with exactly the same patterns, the exact same grips.
140.
Not every player is like Michael van Gerwen, who uses the same set of darts for the best part of a decade.
125.
He's not doing that today, as he plays in an exhibition in Germany. It's 2-2 here with Andy and Dave. MBG will be playing in an exhibition where everybody will be watching from their cars. So another piece of evidence that darts is adapting to new circumstances. Dave's just fixing his score tablet. Sometimes they can go into sleep mode and you have to reset it and make sure that everything is clear. But the clear score is 2-2. And Andy's done very well to stay with Dave here.
58.
You see, the averages are not dissimilar.
100.
If Andy was to get the result in this match, it'd be a huge dent in the momentum of Dave Evans, who was looking infallible
140.
after his first 2 victories. It would then put Andy in the box seat as the undefeated player, with, of course, Ed House and Sherrick to follow. Another would be nice.
171.
Well, he's left 1-3-2. Who's to say he's not going to take it? That's a combination he hasn't taken today.
96.
If he gets the first bullseye, he'll probably stay on the red bit. He's going to go for the 60s. Interesting with the way he's been finishing today.
92.
I'm surprised he didn't have a crack at it. But he showed his professionalism there and his poise by
100.
just lining up the double for his next visit. Can't afford to miss 10s. Andy's lurking on Shanghai.
20.
That could be a huge mistake. Andy's licking his lips thinking, come on, get this out. Climb the ladder to tops.
Came in free.
Magical stuff from Andy Jenkins, and that could be huge in the context of this match.
$100.
Dave has been finishing so easily today, and that's the first time that he's had some genuine trouble in finishing a leg off.
134.
And now he has to break the throw of Andy Jenkins
60.
to get 2 more points in the bank. If he can brush that off, though,
140.
which he seems to have done with two treble visits, there's no reason why he can't still win this,
60.
especially when Andy's starting to have a little bit of trouble finding that treble all of a sudden.
100.
Bad sign for Jenkins is that Dave is into that 120 zone
140.
of finishing where only 1 treble is required for a shot of the bull. That treble is treble 19. Now he needs the bull.
102.
This time he hits the wire on the wrong side of the bullseye. 141 is possible. Jenkins just misses out on the
89.
57 himself. And this is where Dave can pounce on this opportunity.
Game in 2.
Really well done. Second time he's done that today. Single 9 and double 8 with no mistake. And I always say that hitting the center of the single is always a good sign. Someone throwing well. The immediate break back. Now Evans is favourite for the match again, but doesn't start this one as he'd hoped.
122.
Dart players are fickle characters, and when they look at a schedule where
100.
someone like Andy Jenkins is supposed to start at 11:45, he will try and peak his focus
96.
for 11:44. Sports people are just like that. Footballers will peak themselves for 2:59 on a Saturday afternoon. Golfers
96.
for only 5 minutes before they hit their first tee shot. So the unsettling nature of the schedule being changed,
137.
they have to adapt to that. I think a lot of people, not just dart players, are learning to adapt daily to different circumstances all the time.
40.
And Andy is looking for the 3rd consecutive break of throw in this match. It'll put him within 1 or 2 points.
105.
$180.
Well, does that change things, that maximum from Dave? A huge miss on the single. But he has 27 remaining and 2 darts for it. Double 8.
8 left.
Very, very angry after missing that double 8. But that's what annoys dart players more than anything else, missing singles. Now, this is tricky. 1 dart left, and it's a huge shot. That's going to make Jenkins boil inside. I wouldn't want to be that wall right now. And with a nickname like Rocky, you wouldn't want to get in his way.
45.
Evans staying always very cool. Doesn't show
100.
a lot of aggression when things go wrong. He tends to get more frustrated.
98.
That unlikely holder throw for Dave. He knows that he is in the box seat now to get this job done.
137.
And he is putting his foot down. Could this have an adverse effect on the rest of the day for Andy if he's not able to salvage the situation? That one slipped out of the hand. He saw it just wobble when it hit the board.
41.
That 140 from Andy last time out has got him the lead back.
136.
Andy's playing on sheer fire right now. It's anybody's game if it gets to 4-4. If it gets to 4-4.
140.
Well, that's really aggressive from Dave. That's brilliant from Jenkins, though. And he misses double eight the last time, but the 82 full double 16 kill there to take us all the way. This game has had a lot to admire. We've had a 150 checkout from Dave Evans in leg one. We've had
60.
key missed single and consequent miss at double for Andy in leg 7.
100.
But now it's all about the 9th. It's almost the bottom of the 9th, to use that very famous baseball wording.
100.
On 40.
I think it seems to have come down a little bit from that boiling point that he was feeling just over a leg ago, and he's managed the situation very well.
100.
Dave very steady to get to 2-4-1 after 9, but Jenkins seems to be in the better position here. Can he utilise it?
7.
He needed the treble there to get to a finish. Surprised he didn't go to the 17s. That one most definitely slipped out of the hand.
Absolutely shocking.
Maybe it's down to the conditions. Maybe things are very much hotter in Manchester than I first indicated. Maybe music to the ears of Andy Jenkins,
100.
who has left himself on a 2-darter.
Oh, wow. What's going on here?
So
60.
how things are starting to change. The entire day is changing before our very eyes. Double 16's a match start.
48.
It is missed. Can Dave Evans find one more piece of magic to finish Jenkins off? Hasn't hit anything the last 2 visits. Doesn't get another shot at double 19, which is the last double he hit.
Yeah, it came in 1.
Double 8 is hit by Jenkins, and he snags 2 points in a game that went this way, then that way, then it went that way and that way. Unbelievable stuff. But we are a couple of games in now. We will have Fallon Sherrick play against J.COLE next. We'll see who wins that one, and then we'll update you on the league table as we have a look at it. Thank you very much. Welcome back. And Fallon Sherrick joins us on this very, very warm Wednesday. And she'll now take on J.COLE.
Outside.
Jared looking to rebound from his
Bullseye.
earlier defeat to D.EVANS,
What about
which is now the only 2 points that D.EVANS has from 3 games played, but technically 2. Jared playing in the sauna as he's just coined it off the air.
140?
In the very, very warm conservatory against Fallon Sherrick, who is looking to get her first points of the week. Had a unsuccessful day on Monday, 5 games without a victory.
137.
Maybe a little bit of a winning hangover after winning the title on Friday last week. Her first daily
81.
winning title, which was very, very good for her. She'll play 4 games today, of course.
100.
And we'll finish the day against Richie Edhouse this afternoon.
140.
But predominantly, the way that Fallon has played in the last couple of months in the Icons of Darts Live League has been superb. She's had a lot of big finishes, lots of 180s. And I think for her return to live venue darts, she's going to take some stopping in ladies action and potentially in some other stuff as well. Tops for Jared.
36.
Pulls that one low and asks the question of Fallon, who now looks for 20 in ball to finish the first leg.
95 and 3.
There you have the answer. She is really good at that transition from 25 to single back to bull. She's had some finishes of note in that kind of transition in the last couple of months, particularly
96.
a shot when she hit a 1-3-2 and she was throwing the dart from almost off camera.
41.
That was about 6 weeks ago. Fallon probably has more distractions at home than most of the players taking part in the Icons of Darts.
43.
It's got a little boy at home. The cat's somewhere. The dog is somewhere.
100.
Having to manage all of that and play your best darts is not an easy thing to do.
99.
When Jared was just saying that his mum popped into the conservatory and said it was very warm in the lounge, but she said she didn't fancy staying in the conservatory because it was way too warm.
Jared. 85.
Jared is back in the leg now. Fallon still has the advantage, even with that dart on the floor on the last visit.
81.
First to a finish. It's going to stay on the 19s. Wants to leave 100 here.
95.
Doesn't get that second treble. Fallon can take the 145 with tops.
105.
Not quite. We have had a multitude of tremendous finishes already today, including 170 out from J.COLE.
43.
So for a 2-0 lead,
40 and 1.
there you have it. She is deadly on that finishing. And always has been. It's not a new thing. If you look at the time when Fallon Sherrick was playing in her first World Championship final
40.
as a 20-year-old, her action was a little different. It was a bit more pronounced with her setting position. It was a bit more forward. She's become more of a compact thrower over the last couple of years, and I think it's made her action even better. But even back then, Her finishing when she used to do a lot of practicing with Casey Gallagher, a great young player from Kent. She's always been lethal on the outer ring and the bullseye.
$100.
Not just exciting times for the professional game as PDC Darts returns in a couple of weeks with the summer series, but
50.
great stuff for the amateurs as well with the launch of Modern Amateur Darts. MAD is coming at you. So if you don't know anything about MAD
47.
or Modern Amateur Darts, check it out on Twitter. A new initiative to try and bring the amateur game a little bit more
90.
into prominence. And there's a maximum from Fallon to all of a sudden be tapping on the shoulder of J.COLE.
In 3.
A wonderful check out though to bookend that 15 darter and to cut that gap to 1.
Uh, 43.
Mentioned earlier that Jared must have a hairdresser in the family because he's looking very sharp and he's got the right
96.
back and sides today with very little hair there because when it's very, very warm, the last thing you need is hair on places like your neck. And
56.
look at Fallon, who has tied the hair up today. Definitely the right thing to do.
100.
Is Jared making a charge to get the 2-2?
59.
3 visits without a treble here for Fallon.
95.
He's not going to get the same result as he got on Monday as Jared because he won 5-1
60.
lunchtime at Monday's session. But he is all of a sudden hitting more trebles now than he was
90.
earlier. And I like that leave. I like that use of the 25. Takes the bullseye out of commission for the ending shot.
96.
He has plenty of time to utilize this Shanghai shot.
80.
Just over the top. And if Fallon is to get the result in this match, he needs to start finding trebles.
57.
Only 1 treble in this entire leg. Double 5.
35.
That's what I like to call the worst case scenario. You'd much rather have bust that shot than left 5.
58.
These are the tricky ones that you still have to practice. You can never forget about things like 5, 3, 7, 9.
3.
Just goes to show they are never a gimme. Fallon can steal this leg. This would be the epitome of a darting steal.
72.
And it is an absolute robbery job from superstar Sherrick, who all of a sudden goes 3-1 up, and J.COLE cannot believe it. And what was it I was saying about Fallon's doubling?
100.
It's quite good. She has a leg to forget, but gets 1 chance. That's all she needs.
69.
Fallon will feature on A Question of Sport on Friday. If you're watching from outside the United Kingdom, you may not know that program, but it's a sports quiz show that has been running for the best part of 50 years.
99.
And is a bit of a British institution, and to have a
140.
female dart player as part of that big program on the BBC is a very good feather in her cap, and
140.
for the sport of darts as well. If you are tuning in from the United Kingdom, you should tune in and watch that one.
60.
$90.
Good switch. Leaves that finish. And Jared's in trouble here. Because the 141 is not going to go. And Fallon only needs
43.
one treble for this combo. There is that treble. She now has 56 left.
Oh, I've gone blank. Sorry.
We all have that moment where we know what we're going for to start with, but when you get to 57 or something like that, your mind goes blank. She has to take her time. Now it's double four. And I think
Yeah, 105.
she just threw that one a little bit faster than usual because she was so flustered. Now Jared has to take advantage of this extra opportunity.
In 3, sorry.
Which he does. A perplexing period of play where Fallon probably thought that that was the leg over. But full credit to Jared Cole, who responds with a 98 out. And after that first start, misses the big 20 as well. I think that shows a good amount of character from that young man.
96.
By no means has Fallon Sherrick over the line in this one. Only 3-2 up. But she does have a breaker through on the bank. And she seems to be finding more troubles now, which is good for her chances of getting those first 2 points.
Jared, 85.
If Fallon was to get 2 points, she would be at the top of the table with Dave Evans and Andy Jenkins, who both have that amount. And Jared would be the only player yet to get off the mark. Makes for a very tight afternoon.
100.
If that was to be the case, we'd have 2 players who would have lost 2 matches and 2 players who have won both of their first encounters. So lots of things that can happen on Wednesday afternoon.
180.
Perfect from Jared to set up tops. 18 for double.
72.
Maybe that single was too far north and was too much in the way of the double.
Game in 1.
Jared pounces, 13 dart break, and now it's up to him to serve it out. Tremendous game so far.
$58.
Fallon will be thinking, what does she have to do to get a win this week? She does, of course, have 3 more games today, but
134.
it's not that she's been playing poorly. It's just that people are taking out those shots against her. And there are periods of your career where you feel that everyone's out to get you. And when she
96.
was winning games at Alexandra Palace, she understood the fact that she had a target on her back. That's an unfortunate bounce out. Even with 15 extra points there, just gets her a little bit closer to the winning line.
99.
She'd be glad it bounced out of treble 5, not out of the 60. Great 140. To leave the easier of the 2 finishes. Not easier anymore because Jared's got double 18.
96.
Just leaned into that one a bit and it came out a bit late. Fallon now needs treble 17 for double 16. Tricky. Well, she's got the treble 15 instead of the treble 10.
In 1.
Jared has got the double 9. And you can see with the lack of hesitation from Jared when he approaches the Oki that he just looks a lot more confident than he was about a month ago. He's had some good days.
97.
You got 6 points on Monday, so that's 3 wins out of 5. That's confidence building,
180.
not confidence perfection. He does find perfection to start this 8th leg.
85.
What we can never do in any sport is strive for perfection. We can have moments of perfection, but we can never perfect everything. And if we think we can, we are wrong.
87.
I always thought the best piece of propaganda I ever heard was the leader of North Korea saying that he went around a golf course in 18 shots.
100.
I'm sure if he was a darts fan, he would have said he gets 9 darters every day. J.COLE, take a bow. 11 darter to finish that one off. We do strive for perfection, but right now, J.COLE was striving for 2 points, which he's just got. Fallon Sherrick is 6 games into the week and still yet to get a win. But she'll return a little bit after a break. But Dave Evans returns to the board right now as he takes on Richie Eddowes, who joins us for the first time. Welcome back to the Icons of Darts Live League, brought to you by Motorsports and Law 6. And this is the last game before the scheduled short interval. First game of the day for Richie Edhouse.
All the best, buddy.
Was scheduled to be his second, of course, but now is his
25.
premier encounter after Martin Adams' forced withdrawal due to technical issues in his area of the UK. No such issues for Richie
25.
in East Sussex, right on the bottom right corner of the country.
25.
Where I'm sure they are feeling the heat today.
$25.
25.
We have another marathon bull-off session going, like the Evans-Cole match, which went 7 each.
25.
25.
Still going. They're trying to break the record. I've actually lost count how many times they've done this. Must be 4 each.
Bullseye.
Darts.
And Richie get the bullseye to keep it going.
Outside.
Ooh.
Not to be. Dave Evans gets the start.
All the best, buddy.
And he's looking to get another result against Richie Edhouse to get himself back to 4 points, which is where he was earlier on in the day. Started with a
140.
5-4 victory against Martin Adams in a belter of a match, I have to say. And then he got the 5-3 win against J.COLE as well.
140.
But then Wolfie had to retire for those technical issues. And 2 points were then taken
100.
away from Dave. His leg difference was then adjusted from +3 back to +2, which is now +1 after the defeat of
100.
Andy Jenkins. So it's been a roller coaster day for Dave. Everything was so bright for him as well, with a multitude of enormous
57.
finishes. He's had a 150 today with 2 treble 19s and double 18. He's had a 146, 2 treble 19s and double 16. He's had 321s. A few of those which were on the bullseye. And a cruel twist of fate. It's not actually the highest one he's got because J.COLE's had 170.
Oh, wow.
That's
60.
the kind of day we're having. It's a bit of a licorice all sorts day, I feel.
60.
Both on 140 plus checkouts here. Dave's still with the darts.
Oh, Dave, that's rubbish. 42.
Did have a little bit of problem, with his darts in the last match. He had a couple that slipped out of his hand, maybe due to the temperature indoors, with the outdoors being 30 plus degrees today in England. It does have an effect on how hot your hand is and how swollen your hand can be. It's how you manage that. But it's double 16 for Dave.
53.
And there is a lovely ton plus checkout to add to the list to get that 1-0 lead.
$97.
Richie sporting the goatee beard at this point in time, which is not his usual look.
100.
But then again, in the last 2 or 3 months, everybody has been toying with different looks.
100.
I have to admire the way that Andy Carroll, the Newcastle United striker, came on the pitch the other day with something that looked very Wolverine-like.
100.
No dart player has done that yet, so I've laid the challenge of the dart players that have a fair bit of
60.
facial hair. Why not try something a bit new?
$60.
Edhouse was to get the result here and bag the 2 points. We have 4 players on 2 points, and Sherrick
140.
still to score, but has more matches to go than others. It would make for a crazy afternoon.
60.
An afternoon session which will include 6 games instead of the usual 8.
92.
And Edhouse is missing that 104, but not panic stations yet, because he will return, but he will finish the day today in
59.
3 of the final 4 games. So he needs to try and get the points here. Then he will have a sizable break as he gets double 6 to draw level at 1-1. He will have a break of somewhere in the region of 2 hours to get things right for that final push.
100.
It's the opposite for Dave, who plays this game and then has 1 remaining, which is against Fallon
137.
shortly after
31, sorry.
the midday break. Dave's average has gone down towards 82 now.
140.
That's a little bit better. But earlier on, he was living in the postcode of 100 average all the way through the early morning.
120.
All you can do is laugh sometimes when you get a hovering dart like that. But Dave has turned the board after annihilating that treble 20 earlier, and I think it was from Monday as well and Tuesday. But ever since he's done that, his scoring hasn't been as good as it was earlier.
45.
It's funny how the psychology of a new target, a new fresh target, can either bolster you or change you in a negative sense.
100.
Some people like to keep the treble 20 battered at the top in the 20 segment until you physically can't hold another dart. It's entirely your prerogative, of course. Both players using a fabulous Winmau Blade 5 model, which I definitely prefer. Tops
No.
for Dave.
84.
Just came out a little bit late, that one. Tried to rescue it with a bit of shoulder. This would hurt if Richie was to take the ton.
Oh, 80.
He'd be devastated not to get that out, especially when he gets to 60 for 2 shots.
Game in 1.
But Evans pounces on the opportunity and gets the 2-1 lead. Still on throw.
$134.
There's a misconception with a lot of people that every dart player that plays at this level is wealthy. It's not the case. We have a lot of journeymen and hard-working players who sacrifice jobs to try and make a living at this and try and give themselves the opportunity to be successful and make the bigger money. I think we have 2 players here who are possibly ripe for stardom in the next couple of years. Richie's had a lot of exposure, of course, at the top level, has played in the PDC World Championships and Dave at the BDO World Championships.
101.
But the amount of ability they have, I don't think we've seen everything yet.
97.
It's a bit like opening the biscuit tin and seeing the top layer, and then you realise there's another layer. I think that's what we've got with these guys. We've seen the top layer, but we haven't seen the rest yet.
145.
Not quite equalising Jared Cole's 170 of earlier, but when you get the 2 treble 20s, you've got to have a go at it. It's an unspoken rule.
180.
Well, Richie's on notice now. Maybe he shouldn't have gone for it and should have laid up.
2.
But it doesn't matter when he clocked the 25. World-class leg there from Richie Edhouse, and great pressure applied from Dave.
93.
You think about the amount of daily titles that Dave Evans has had in the Icons of Darts Live League, and of course Richie Eddowes, who
60.
a couple of weeks ago had a perfect week. He won 3 from 3.
Dave.
That confirms the talent they have,
57.
considering the people they were beating for those titles. Two of only 3 players that have gone perfect in a week. 3 titles from 3. Dave, Richie, and Wolfie.
Oh, David. 41.
That's the dart he hates. That one that slips.
$100.
No problem, it seems, for Richie, who seems to be playing in an enclosed area within his house and doesn't seem to be near
100.
a lot of sunlight, which is a very good tactic.
$83.
Great last dart. Similar situation to 2 legs ago, where Eddowes was first to a finish.
100.
His opponent is on his shoulder. There
54.
was a change of his mind there with the 3rd dart. Originally he was going for the 60 and then changed to the 48. That's interesting. Is he going to be punished for not taking that shot out?
That's slipping out. 78,
And
85.
if it does slip out of his hand, it does tend to be on dart 3. When the perspiration builds after the first 2 darts. Eddowes gets 2 at 88.
Oh, 48.
Same line as the first one. He wasn't able to adjust to the right like he needed to. Evans has been good on the 25 checkouts today and has done so again. That's 3 from 3 on 25. Eddowes being backed into a corner as this game goes further into itself. If it continues in this vein where Eddowes takes this leg and then Evans takes the next, pressure
97.
builds. You don't want to be in a situation where you have to win all of the small battles from here.
40.
You want to have that little buffer where you can have the odd mistake, the odd small mistake.
180.
Maybe the best 3 darts that Dave Evans has thrown in this match. They all had some purpose behind them.
53.
And that 180 has pressurized Eddowes, and now Evans has the darts.
100.
It's a nice backup to the 180. And earlier in the day, when he was on something like 124, he was
57.
more likely to hit it than miss it. Geographically, it's very similar to a 1-2-1. Bullseye.
33 left.
He just
91.
glanced away from the board there just to check where Richie was. Wasn't fully committed to the shot before he started.
93 scored.
But it's not 25 this time after a missed ball. It's 33. It's double 16.
That is ridiculously on the wire. 1 scored.
Well, he said it. There's on the wire and there's ridiculously on the wire. If you're a dart player, you can concur with that statement.
30.
And that looks like that's ridiculously on the wire as well.
Game in 1.
That is most definitely in. 4-2 to Dave Evans. And he's looking to get the exact same result as Monday, which was 5-2. A 5-2 for him would put him on 4 points again. And put him on
96.
+4 in his leg difference.
140.
Is the head-to-head between the two players going to be a factor later on this afternoon? So just to confirm, if we have two players
134.
on the same amount of points and the same leg difference, we then establish who wins via the head-to-head,
125.
so the match that they have had today. Looking for that 171 to leave the ton.
171.
And there it is. Starting on 19s on 271 is the right way to go for many, many reasons.
60.
And I don't have enough time to talk about that, but maybe I will at some point. Because right now, Dave Evans is looking at 80 with 2, double 10.
80 scored.
That's a great second dart to try and bypass that blocker. He definitely deserved that first shot, double 10.
85.
But now it will be a 13 darter. 14 or 15 would do to get this done.
Game in 2.
There you have it. 14.
Cheers, buddy.
You got the one in the middle. So first to 4 points this morning. Then he went back to 2, and now he's back to 4. So Dave Evans is back at the top of the table as we take a short break. Please join us at 1:40 British time to see what happens with Jared Cole and Andy Jenkins when they return. We'll see you shortly. back, everybody, and it is the Icons of Darts Live League with Motorsports and Low 6 back for your enjoyment this afternoon. And we do have 6 games for you instead of the usual 8. Of course, we have to have the lesser amount of games because of the withdrawal of Martin Adams due to technical difficulties
25.
in the Cambridgeshire area of England.
25.
As a consequence, of course, all players are now playing 4 games today as opposed to 5, even though
25.
Dave Evans, our current league leader,
Outside.
will have played 5 because one of his games was voided.
What about
Very good. 180.
So we start for Jenkins. The man is on a mission,
45.
winning his first game of the day against Dave Evans in what can only be described as a topsy-turvy
99.
match. As it stands,
60.
Andy Jenkins is the only undefeated player right now. So the destiny of today's title is in his hands. He is currently looking for his second in a row because he won on Monday with 8 points. He can't get the full 10 today, of course, but he can get another 8.
It came in 3.
Decided to go for the bullseye on the 122, and a statement of intent from the veteran.
60.
Oh, well, well.
100.
Maybe he's looking to potentially do the same to Jared Cole as he did the other day with a 5-1 victory. Well, Jared's not looking
45.
too bad today so far. He's been playing some good stuff.
140.
So Andy just trying to impose himself in a fast pace. He's not thinking about his shots too much. He's just getting up there and doing it.
34.
81.
56.
Andy in the better position once again.
60.
First to a finish.
One 100.
He's under pressure on this one, though. Has had a very key 120 already today, but he's not going to double down on that one.
60.
In 3.
Well, Jared has got himself into the game and denied Andy Jenkins that double down start of a 2-0 lead. And he's done it in very, very good fashion. You can see the reaction of Andy when that 106 goes. One of despondence. He expected to come back and have single 20 in tops, but now has to just refocus, get back into the job, which is now best of 7 legs after the first 2 are shared.
134.
Straight back to work with those 2 treble visits.
55.
Not so much a clash of styles here, but a clash of experience
100.
and age. Andy, who has been a top dart player since the mid-90s,
58.
since before Jared was even born.
122.
Just goes to show how good Andy is when he picks the pace up. He's someone who has got a couple of different paces in his game. He has a bit of deliberance. He also has that
65.
uncanny natural ability where he can just get up there and do it if he's feeling good.
58.
One above that one, and one above that one.
60.
Not quite. So in high jump terms, he needs to go back to the same target
100.
and get it on the second attempt.
$10.
And he fails with all three on double 10. In high jump terms, he'd be out. Could still be out. If Jared gets the ball,
105.
scared it. And Jenkins gets away with it.
Came in 2.
Finds double 5 with a wonderful second dart. It was not an easy shot, that. Because there was the risk of flicking that flight and just
140.
cascading into the single, denying him one last shot. And if he'd have hit that single, I think Andy may have shown us a bit of emotion. Both players having to
100.
tailor their schedule today, of course. The scheduled match for this time slot was Sherrick against Wolfie,
60.
which is always going to be a good one, but I'm sorry that we can't bring that to you today. Fingers crossed we will have that for you on Friday.
45.
Both players will return. So this fixture was moved up a spot.
100.
Jared, you. 60.
Andy Jenkins was to get the win here and get to 4 points. There will be immense pressure on the next game for Dave Evans against Fallon Sherrick, because that is his final game of the day. And if he wasn't to get a win against Fallon, then Andy would be in the box seat.
140.
It does, however, depend on what Jared Cole can do here, because he's only lost one game today. That was to Dave Evans, 5 legs to 3. His return to the Oki against Fallon Sherrick was a good one.
No score.
His return to the Oki on this occasion was not a good one. All three on the outside of double 8. Is he going to pay the price?
Yeah, he came in 3.
The answer is yes, and that's what Andy Jenkins does best. Double 16 checkouts. Make that chest puff out a little bit more.
$59.
He's got Jared Cole just where he wants him. He still has to get the job done. Nothing is guaranteed
59.
in this game. Over the last few weeks, we've seen big leads evaporate.
97.
I should know, I've let a couple of them slip.
135.
$140.
Something almost bulletproof sometimes about Andy Jenkins, the way he walks that hockey like a catwalk with purpose.
60.
I won't be happy with that visit though. Jared will think that 6 starts from 167 will be enough.
95.
He's doing all right there. And he does get the return shot.
100.
Double 12.
Jared, that was shocking. 48.
Misses at double. 5 of them in the last couple of legs. Could haunt him.
Came in 2.
And there you have it. 4 legs to 1. Misses from Jared. The hit on double 16 from Jenkins. It's a bit like leaving Fallon Sherrick on 36. You just don't do it. And you do not give Andy Jenkins shots at 32.
100.
$100.
Rocky, you could say that Andy has outboxed Jared so far. Now he needs the knockout blow.
100.
And Jared's been playing well the last couple of weeks, but he's been improving.
$97.
If he was to somehow get himself out of jail in this game, what would that do for his confidence? It's by no means a certainty to get anywhere close to Andy. He has to start taking his chances.
Nowhere near. 32.
And he must stop talking to himself after those misses. He has to breathe those misses in and then constructively take it out. But Jenkins went for 2 balls on 120 when the 60 was blocked. He got the first one. I did not expect him to do that.
In 2.
It doesn't rattle Jared. If he saw that, then it could have flummoxed him a little bit. But Andy went for that really courageous 120 out. Was livid that he didn't get that second ball. It was right for the picking. One match chance gone, albeit a fairly difficult one.
100.
Doesn't seem to be melting in the heat of the conservatory today. J.COLE, he seems to be handling it very, very well. And in the break between the sessions, I had a chance to communicate with him, and he tells me his brother Rex is
45.
responsible for his haircut. Very handy to have a hairdresser in the household.
100.
His brother's name always sounds like a private detective. Rex Cole.
65.
Even scores in leg 7. Is Jared charging?
174.
There's your answer.
Uh, 140.
He wanted the maximum. He doesn't get it.
In 2.
Cole has been good at on double 9 today. He's got it a minimum of a couple of times from my own memory. And he's now on the verge of tapping Andy Jenkins on the shoulder, saying, I'm still in this. He has not wilted in the British summer sun.
100.
He's not wilted on the dartboard. Maximum of 2 legs left in this one.
100.
If Andy Jenkins was still to win this match 5 legs to 3, he still could not get to the same leg difference as Dave Evans, but he still has a game in hand.
Okay. Do you want me to carry on? Okay.
Just seeming to have lost Andy's sound. We're going to try and regain that.
Okay.
We seem to have Andy back. So let us resume. It is Jared's throw. 2 tons to start the leg. So technically after that small interval, it's a game of 401.
100.
Something you see every day. I've had a message from my old friend Paul Croucher in Berkshire, who says that this weekend there's going to be a match between 2 counties
100.
played over the internet, which I think is quite refreshing. It's going to be Berkshire against Wiltshire on Friday night.
100.
And great Paul Hogan is going to be playing as well. So it's interesting that those 2 counties are going to do battle on Friday. I wonder who's going to win that one.
140.
161 is for the match. It's Bullseye's second match start.
25 left.
Both of them at the ball. Both of them missed. Double 18.
In 3.
Jared takes it to 4 each.
What about
What a game it has been so far. No words from Andy. Pure focus. First match start
60.
was for 120 on 2 bullseyes. The second one for a 161. Neither of them go. And from
100.
1, like I said, no lead is safe. You still have to get across the line.
180.
That will help.
$100.
Not a lot in it. Jared will be happy with the pace of the game because Andy plays very fast.
$140.
A 140 to equalise the score. It can't be separated. Is it another attempt at the 161?
Yeah, going. 25 left.
Unbelievable. He gets closer but still misses it.
Oh, that's shocking, Jared. 47.
This time he gets a reprieve though. It's double 8. You can see how frustrated he's getting. If this 114 goes in, Andy is going to feel like someone's hit him with a fence.
No, that's full number. Sorry. 49.
Shy on the 54, which would have left him a shot at tops for the match. No match darts for Jared Cole. Andy has done his job, but he now has to finish it off,
Kidding me.
which he hasn't. Double top. First match dart.
No, Jared, what is that? 45.
Misses with 2 match darts. Breathless stuff. I'm having to contain myself here. Can Andy finish it this time?
Yeah, game with 1.
Yes, he can. He had more match darts than Jared. He's the one who got over the line for a vital 2 points, and he's in a much better position than Jared is for the rest of the afternoon. Great stuff from both players, but they will take a sidestep now as we welcome Dave Evans for his final game, and he'll play Fallon Sherrick in a few moments' time. to the action, and we have gone beyond the halfway point of today already. And now it is Dave Evans' chance to post the total.
25.
Total that
25.
everybody will be looking to eclipse. The best he can do points-wise is 6 points. If he does get the win,
Outside.
I wonder where he will position himself
Hold on.
for the leg difference, which is currently better than anybody else on +4. Fallon looking for her first win of the week. And possibly going into this match,
55.
there's a lot less pressure on her than there is on Dave.
100.
And darts isn't like that sometimes when you haven't had a win for the week yet. You're putting pressure on yourself to get that win.
140.
In her 5-3 defeat to J.COLE earlier this afternoon,
58.
Fallon had some very good spots in that game, but at the wrong time, the treble 20 seemed to elude her.
60.
Against Dave, she knows she cannot afford for that to happen because of the way he's been playing
137.
today so far and the way he plays normally.
60.
Know each other very well, of course, because they've played in the same England squad.
$58.
Well, Dave has left himself on 148, which is very interesting because today in the first leg of a match, he has taken out 146 and 150. This is the sandwich of the three. He's missed it.
57.
So maybe things don't come in threes. He's not going to have the first leg of a match again today,
86.
and he's not going to win this leg either because Fallon has come to play it. A very steady 17 dart hold. A lovely clinical 86 on the end of it.
61.
If Fallon Sherrick was to get the 2 points in this match, she would vault herself
45.
into contention because this is only her second game. Her first one she lost, of course. But if she was to win the remainder of her games this afternoon,
140.
who's to say that she doesn't deserve her second daily title?
96.
Perfect first start there for Dave. That's the one he craves. That's the one he can pounce on.
180.
And look at that. 3 on a pinhead. And Fallon can do nothing about it, even with a 180 of her own. Plenty of room to the left of that dart to set up tops. Just didn't put enough on it. There was a little
60.
shuffle to the left, which meant that he was throwing from a tiny bit of a further distance.
100.
Can't afford the mistake here, Dave. And has to go to the right this time to get away from that flight.
No. 40.
The doubles are deserting him at the start of this one. Can Fallon find tops?
60.
Doesn't have to move, but she's probably thinking now that she should have.
Game in 2.
A confident double 5 to give Dave Evans a 17 darter of his own. 3 of the games we've had so far today have gone the distance. The last one, where J.COLE
99.
managed to somehow get match darts against Andy Jenkins, but failed to finish the match off. Jenkins
96.
had a 5-4 win against D.EVANS, which was tumultuous. And of course, that match, which has now been voided, the 5-4 win for Evans over Wolfie.
100.
Does this one go all the way as well?
58.
The ton 40s and the 137s seem to be changing into 99s and 58s at the moment for
162.
Fallon. That 162 from Dave is absolutely magnificent, and he may revisit that 54 to set up 2 treble 18s and double 16, seeing as Fallon has not left a finish. A somewhat fashionable way for going for 140 these
92.
days. And if you do like double 16, why not give it a shot?
100.
To take the lead for the first time in the match,
82.
it is double 16, and he has been very good down there today. Took him a little bit of time to get into the game. Now he seems to be flowing better than he was in the first leg.
59.
One final push for Dave. Of course, this is his final game of the day.
99.
100.
It's actually going to be Dave's final game of the week, as he is not replaced, that's the wrong word.
60.
He is stepping aside
Oh, yeah.
to give somebody else a chance, and that someone is the multiple
39.
junior and youth champion, that is Keane Barry of Ireland. And he is going to be a nightmare
God.
for our director. He is so quick, which signs of frustration from Fallon. As much as Dave doesn't want to hear that from Fallon, he has to use it as motivation to compound her misery on the dartboard.
60.
She's getting frustrated with the lack of treble 20s. As a dart player, I can understand why that is so.
Oh, my God. 60.
Dave's sipping from the same cup. Good use of the treble 19, but it didn't get it to a finish.
David.
He has to double switch to 18s now,
58.
but he decided to stay downstairs. Still a chance for Fallon to take this leg.
96.
She's done well.
Up front. I'll have to do the same again, guys. 1 second.
Yeah, no worries.
Just have a little malfunction with Dave's scoring, I believe. We're just making sure that everybody's on the same page and everything's correct before we proceed. He will return to the board for the 127 in game as everybody at home gets a wave from the superstar. Dave has returned. Will he return and get a 3-1 lead? Possibly.
No, it's not. 92.
Not happy with a shot at the bull, but it was very good to give himself that opportunity. Double 18.
66 and 2.
She may be having trouble on the trebles, but she's not having trouble on the doubles. Sounds a bit like a Dr. Seuss poem, that. No trouble on the doubles, but lots of trouble on the trebles. It's a bit of a tongue twister. If she can sort out that treble 20 shooting, then she's going to cause Dave problems because her doubling so far has been perfect. That treble 19 has been fairly kind to her the last couple of legs. When she's needed a buddy, it's just given her a little bit of action.
54.
Back into that treble 19 again. When you hit it like she has been doing in the last few scoring visits, she may return with confidence.
140.
She still has the darts in this leg and just comes up short on that 60 once again. That has been the problem. Her miss at the 60 has been low. A sign that maybe the address position of the hand is a touch high.
133.
Or that she might have a bit of a tight right tricep.
100.
There's a lot of force in that third dart, and it was a good one. But Evans, he goes to double 16 without any mistake and regains the lead at 3-2. There's not been one game today for me that has been cut and dry. Everything is being topsy-turvy.
97.
If you are choosing to have a flutter today, of course, with our title sponsors Low 6, please gamble responsibly. And if it stops being fun,
100.
stop altogether. Struggling for a bit of scoring consistency in this game is Fallon. And
100.
the fact that she has lost all of her previous 6 matches this week, is it taking its toll a little bit maybe?
100.
She is fighting with everything she's got right now because she does want to get a win today. And she's still, let's face it, she's in with a chance of winning this today if she can get off that losing train and back on the winning horse quicker than staying on the previous one. But the
91.
proximity to that treble 20 has been a problem today. Bad news for Fallon though is that there's only 50 remaining for Dave and he's got 2 darts. That turns into 32.
Game in 3.
And more often than not, that's what happens because Evans at 32 today has been world class. That's been her favourite scoring visit, really. Lots of 96s. Whereas last Friday, when she was winning the league, there were 134s and there were plenty of 180s as well. That small 20 has been absolutely battered in this game by Fallon. Doesn't have a great deal of time to work with as well to put things right if she is to lose this match, because
100.
after the Ed House-Cole match, which is next, she then returns to play Andy Jenkins, and we know he's not going to be sympathetic.
140.
Yeah, 140, that's good. Gives herself a big cushion, which is now about to be eaten into. The
100.
problem with 343 is that you cannot leave a finish no matter what you do.
137.
Now she's scoring. She goes 38 after 12. Looking good to get within one leg of Evans. She has to win all three from here.
140.
First miss at a double. Can she see this 38?
No score.
If she returns, she might split it. But it's a big if.
That's rubbish. 52.
That if has turned into when, and that when is now. Straight for it again. She's almost forced herself to go straight for it now.
2.
4 misses, but she gets there, and here's back within 1. She has to believe that she can still win from here because she has not afforded Dave Evans a match dart, and that is how you beat people.
No, 59.
The first start has been so much better
59.
than the last leg in a bit, but she still comes up short. When you're in these positions, and that treble 20 is becoming very,
59.
very elusive. There is nobody can help you when you're in the midst of a match.
140.
No coaches, no caddies, no friends, no family. It's only you.
Oh my God. Why?
You know,
58.
she has a choice here with Dave not able to get under 300. I was going to say she could go 18s first. Now 60 will leave 170.
92.
That's good enough. She has a little bit of a buffer.
Oh, David. Trying to think. 100.
Where does she go now? She's got 170 left.
60.
Where can Dave position himself for a match-winning chance?
100.
That's a good ton, because the first start was right in the way.
134.
Tremendous approach from Fallon Sherrick. Now, Evans, does he get a match dart? Bullseye first? No. 60 for Bull. Match dart.
100.
Interesting approach. You went for the Rod Harrington route of 125.
16 and 1.
And there you have, we are going to the 9th leg. And Fallon Sherrick, she hasn't played her best in this game, but look at her average. Very similar to Dave Evans. And what are we saying about Fallon now? If she was averaging 87 in the Ladies World Championship 3 or 4 years ago, we would have said it was an amazing performance. Now, we expect more, and 87 now is a poor performance for her. She's still fighting, she's still grinding.
140.
60.
3 darts thrown, and Evans has the darts.
Come to 60.
And Fallon get back into this.
125.
Well, it's a good 125 because she's taken the 5 off the end of the score.
Oh my.
Dave's feed has just frozen a little bit, so we need to pause there. We'll be right back. Thanks for rejoining us. And Dave's feed has now unfrozen itself. He has an 81 gap between himself and Fallon Sherrick before this visit began.
91.
He now has a 10-point advantage, but Fallon still has the darts.
100.
Solid ton, first to a finish. The match dart has been missed by Dave Evans to win at 5-3. It was at the bullseye for a 1-2-5 checkout.
60.
But now it's advantage Sherrick. Very safe single. Tops.
100.
Oh, just underneath, and she's missed a match dart now. This could be the last 3 darts that Dave Evans throws this week in the Icons of Darts Live League.
God, that's miles away. That's ridiculous.
And he had one of those earlier, a 150, in the first leg against Andy Jenkins. Now it's all about Fallon Sherrick
47.
to see whether she can get to 2 points and prevent Dave Evans from getting to 6.
21.
That's exactly what she does. She gets her first win of the week and brings everybody else into the race because Dave Evans has posted 4 points and +3 in his leg difference column. To see what unfolds, join us in a few moments' time. Last match of the day for Jared Cole then, as he tries to catch Dave Evans to have any chance at all.
Oh, this way.
And you, buddy.
House has the honour of finishing proceedings today with 3 of the final 4 matches. So if you're a
25.
Richie Edhouse fan, this is the place to be.
Have a go, mate. And you.
If Jared Cole wants to bridge the gap between himself and Dave Evans, he has to win 5-0. Simple as that.
80.
If he was to win 5-1, he would have the same leg difference, but it wouldn't be enough because of his head-to-head record with Dave earlier on. So 5-0 or bust for Jared Cole. I'm sure he's just focusing on one leg at a time
100.
to try and get himself 4 points. If he was to do that, he would join Andy Jenkins and Dave Evans on 4 for a very tightly compacted field.
100.
Jenkins is the favourite right now because he's played 2 and won 2.
140.
140.
Excellent darts from both in this first leg. One dart better from
140.
Richie Edhouse up until that point. But it is for the leg, this 1-2-1. Bullseye.
95. 96.
Not far away. Jared had 2 match darts against Andy Jenkins in his last match and missed them both.
Jared, shocking.
And
33.
2 more missed match darts, well, not match darts, leg darts at the start of this one.
In 3.
No such miss from Richie. He gets off and running with a break of throw, and that bull-off seems to be a long, long time ago already. These guys do not hang around.
96.
Fiery pace darts,
140.
of which there will be more tomorrow, when the likes of Mark Webster, Mike Warburton, the Welsh duo return, as well as Stephen Burton, Scott Mitchell, and yours
140.
truly.
$97.
Another leg where they're neck and neck in the middle phase of it.
95.
He leaves the 170, does Richie Edhouse. And he has had a crack at it in his first game, and he came up short by missing the bullseye.
60.
Jared Cole hit the 170 earlier. Another shot at it.
145.
And he's close again. You can see from the reaction of Edhouse that he's constantly getting a shot at the bullseye.
100.
Not bad darts, Richie. If you get a shot at the bullseye, you're playing well. This time he misses the single 9. Double 4.
In 3.
Wonderfully done. And he's converting that 25 number okay. Admittedly, this time with a missed single, but it doesn't matter as long as you get it done in the visit.
100.
2 15 darters from Edhouse, and that's strong. Someone who is a bit of a veteran when it comes to Q school bounce backs and things like that. Man who's come through Q school a couple of times
60.
and started last year's challenge tour as the form horse, and as a consequence of that, he found his way onto the pro tour most of the time.
140.
Must be a nightmare, and I can concur with this statement because I live in an area of England very close to where Richie is. Driving from the south coast to places like Barnsley and Wigan all the time elongates your weekend by
60.
quite a few hours, as opposed to the likes of Joe Cullen, who lives smack bang in the middle of Wigan and Barnsley.
100.
What a lovely luxury to have. But the change to the south coast for Richie has been a fruitful one, and he is happy down there. So why change when you're happy? It's not so much about location at the moment,
49.
because with online darts you can play people from all over the world via the internet. But the location of Jared's second or third dart in this
65.
up-and-coming visit will determine potentially whether he is 2-1 down or 3-0 down.
Jerry, throw it. Don't. Oh, 36.
That has been the pattern over the last 3 legs. Tops for Ed House.
36.
Oh, that was a wire clipper. In the words of Dave Evans earlier, that was ridiculously wired.
In 2.
Jared gets there on the outer ring after many attempts, but you can see that the guys are a little bit more relaxed about it.
$97.
140.
The sun must have crossed the sky because the conservatory that Jared is playing in his final game today seems to have
100.
darkened a little bit.
100.
If there was a lighting engineer doing work for us in his conservatory, he'd be a nightmare to work with. Light changes
100.
every hour. Still trying to sparkle in this one.
140.
And another 140 from him gets him first to a finish.
$100.
I'm seeing a few 1-2-1s today, all from the same player.
57.
It was in Jared Cole's game with Dave Evans where Dave got 321 checkouts.
80.
Richie's just missed the 104 and double 12. He could be in the distance right now, Richie Edhouse.
In 3.
Yet he is not. He's in a level game. It's conceivable that Edhouse could be 4-0 up after a couple of small chances missed. Jared, of course, cannot win today now because the leg difference possibilities are no longer such where he can overtake Dave Evans. Maybe that's why he's just a little bit more relaxed now.
85.
$140.
Better from Ed House, who has been very, very straight today. I've admired how, with that rangy throw of his,
96.
very similar, in a quicker fashion to that of Andy Hamilton, extends the arm, brings it back, and then through again. It's amazing the muscle memory he has because everything is staying within that 20 segment. He's not going left and right a lot.
100.
$140.
More straight darts, but this time he gets the weight right. Can Cole get a shot double? The answer is no.
Oh, why? 35.
And that's not good. A bad result from 135. Headhouse this time is not going to get a shot double 12. The last 2 legs, he's missed 1 shot for the leg. Cole gets 1.
80.
I admire the courage of going for tops. Gets the first one, then the third dot hits the second one. This time Edhouse gets 2 and only needs the 1 to regain that lead. So based on the thing I said at the start of the leg, it's conceivable that Richie Edhouse could have won this 5-0. That could be the worst thing to say to him
96.
if he loses this match. It reminds me of a very famous phrase coined once by the
59.
character and the ever great Richie Burnett when he lost the match 6-3 and he said, I should have won 9-0. apologise to my South Walian counterparts for my awful South Walian accent.
$140.
Ever respectful Richie Edhouse, and when you do play him on
140.
any dartboard, he always acknowledges a good throw. He's a very nice bloke.
98.
I didn't always think so. It has to be said. The first time I ever played Richie Edhouse was in the final game of a qualifier for the Dutch
100.
Masters, and he beat me in a last leg shootout, and he ended up getting to the Sunday of that European tour event because he got a bye, and I felt quite bitter about that for quite some time. It was nothing personal, of course. I was just jealous that he got that opportunity and I didn't. Well, it's another opportunity with one dart in hand that he has missed.
In 3.
J.COLE has taken it, and Richie Edhouse has had a shot to win every single leg, but it's level. That's the kind of day we're having here in the Icons of Darts Live League. Unpredictable stuff. Just when you think someone is going to take a shot, and there's a great example. Single 20, and nothing because of that Robin Hood for Jared.
100.
There'll be 3 more games after this one, with 3 more players.
180.
3 remaining players to feature. Jenkins will finish his campaign with 2 of the last 3, as will Sherrick, as will Edwards.
180.
These guys are playing beat the score. They keep mirroring each other. This is
100.
really tight stuff, but the person for me that's hanging in here is Cole.
Oh, 140.
Well, that was a definite right hook on the follow through there from Richie. But another leg where he's leading and gets the first chance at the finish.
65.
.12 in ball. Bullseye.
55. 56.
Keeps the streak going of having a dart to win every leg. But the problem with this scenario is that he could now be behind.
How's that done that?
That's physics, Jared. Unfortunately,
60.
he came up just short on the way to that dart, and he's wondering how that didn't collide into the 60. But 25 left for Richie, and you know what's going to happen. He's done it 3 times in this match. Out of the 4 legs that he's won, he's converted 25. $
100.
Well, Jared was 4-1 down to Andy Jenkins and got back to 4 each.
Jared,
This
come on.
scenario is a little bit
60.
easier. He's only 1 behind, not 3 behind.
$96.
But Edhouse looks very energised and ready for this final push, where he will play 3 of the final 4.
140.
$124.
Tremendous recovery there from Richie, because going for the 18s first on 305 was the right player. He has a bad dart, but then
60.
rescues the visit with 2 treble 20s. I think that shows us how much confidence he's playing with right now.
60.
Just has to glance over his shoulder here, because Jared's not out of this yet. But he might be if he doesn't get a treble here. This is a pressure dart.
60.
6 from 121 is about as much breathing space as Richie has had all game.
$105.
A tremendous setup. All in his hands now.
100.
he gets this done, he will have had a dart to win every leg.
In one.
But he just needs one to get a victory of 5 legs to 3 to keep him in with a shout of today's title. J.COLE is now out of it, and he's played really well today, but he's gone. Headhouse is still in it. Sherrick and Jenkins, don't miss that. That's next. We are back, and it's time for the final furlong. As 3 players remain, and all 3 players have a say as to where today's title goes. Andy Jenkins will play this game and the next. So, by virtue of that, he can post the total, and it could be an unbeatable one as well.
Bullseye.
Because Andy Jenkins is currently on 4 points, 2 better than Fallon and Richie Edhouse. So, if he gets to the maximum 8, the final game of the day will be to determine second place potentially.
On 40.
Andy was a handsome winner against Fallon on Monday. It's been curious today with the results because we've only had
40.
5 3s and 5 4s and 1 solitary 5-2. There have been no 5 nils and no 5 1s.
140.
That's a mark of how tight the field has been today. Nobody has been thrashed. Fallon got her first win
91.
of the week in her last game against D.EVANS.
$180.
Maximum from Jenkins to lead 41. Will he even look at it? For the second one of the day.
25 left.
Am I reckoning that's probably the 5th attempt on the 170 today.
Game in 3.
4 is pinged, and Fallon does not get a return to the Yoki for that 25.
Hey? Yeah, sorry, I looked at her score, yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, you're right then. Shit.
A little bit of confusion on who had what score there, but
25 in 3.
Fallon does get the 25.
Done that.
I'm going to fly forward.
It's a funny old game sometimes, and there is a lesson for everybody at home who plays darts.
Idiot.
41.
Always look at the right score, and everybody's done it. As soon as he hit the double 4, I actually just assumed that he'd hit the right one. I thought I was looking at the wrong score. But the important person to get it right was Andy, and he got it wrong.
100.
I'll score up Mark, just keeping Andy abreast of the situation, and somewhat comically was punished in the exact same way that he hit it.
60.
Well, these 2 players know each other very well indeed. As does your commentator, because myself, Fallon, and Andy were Team UK at the
96.
World Soft Tip Cup in Hong Kong 2.5 years ago with our captain, Adrian Gray.
90.
And we did pretty well. We were beaten by the eventual champions, Japan, in the semi-finals. And that's where we were introduced to Mikuru Suzuki for the first time. I just seem to have a little bit of an issue with Andy's camera. I'm just going to have a look at that for a few seconds. apologies for that short interval where we had an issue with Andy's feed, but we are back and he has 31. You have 31, Andy. Remember that 31? Double four. Missed double four,
23.
somewhat ironically. Now falling for 104 to get a 2-0 lead.
56.
Doesn't get there. And he's getting closer. Wow. That was probably in if it wasn't for that second dart. That's a great lie for double 16. Now she's just got to hit it in the middle.
48 and 3.
There you go. It was a lot easier after that first shot at double 16. All she had to do was hit that barrier right in the middle. The double became almost twice as big. Andy can't believe his luck. It was bad judgment in the last leg. The leg before that, he was just using the wrong section of the board to finish the shot because he went for the wrong number. A loss here for Andy, and his chances of winning today will be depleted. It won't be impossible.
140.
But Fallon seems to have regained some of her scoring prowess.
58.
The last game with D.EVANS, she went off the boil a bit and just forced her way through to the winning post.
58.
There was a lot of that going on. 58s, 59s.
100.
She needs something similar to Andy's to get to a finish.
41.
And she was forced to stay on the 60 there because that was the only shot that could leave her a finish there.
Yeah,
And Andy misses the 148 on double 14. Hasn't had any success on the doubles.
82.
He has to be careful here.
Yeah, game, right? A double.
Finds double 7. That's the second double he's hit in the match. Only the first one that can register.
$93.
Richie Edhouse watching on.
55.
He will play the final 2 games of the day. He's on 2 points and can score 6 points. It's going to be a very tight end to this day.
43.
And I'm not really sure I've given this game enough grandeur.
60.
It'll be very interesting if Sherritt gets the 2 points. It's going to go down to the wire.
140.
Seems to be throwing with a little bit more freedom now, Fallon Sherritt.
180.
Speaking of which, and he comes in with a maximum.
100.
Fallon decides to stay on the 20 there as opposed to going for the 25 and bull. But now she brings in the potential Hollywood
60.
finish of bull 25 bull. She won't stay there.
105.
She has left double 10. A great position. However, double 13 for Andy Jenkins. This is a huge dart.
120.
Those doubles at the right side of the board have proved a little troublesome for him. Now it's right back to the top for Fallon. She wires on the outside, on the inside, then on the inside 5s. And Andy will be happy that he's not split it last time round. But he has this time. Back to double 4.
4 left.
More misses on the right side of the board. Colin cannot believe that she's back for double two.
Three. MADAMS.
Sitting on double one, and Andy is on the right side of the board, but he's a bit lower. Is that in the way? There's your answer. He shuffles.
Nice score.
Decides not to shuffle on dart 3, and possibly he should have.
2 and 1.
Colin gets double one, and it's not a classic, but it is 3-1 to Sherrick, and she's closer to winning this one than Andy is. He needs to find some sort of acceleration here.
59.
Previously in the day, when he had a frustrating moment, he decided to up the intensity and the pace. Maybe that's what he needs to do here. That's what he's decided to do now, and it's working. Advantage Jenkins now.
99.
If he keeps chipping away with scores like 99 and the odd 140, he's going to be hard to stop. Because today, Colin Sherrick has had too much in the way of treble-less visits.
100.
And there he goes again, chips away, gets a 1 treble visit. With time on his side, he can get this done on double 16.
16 left, 87 score.
At double 8, there was an air about that double 16 shot of it's going to go in. But he's on notice now. He cannot miss this double 8.
Yeah, game in one.
And hasn't. How much Fallon would like to have that 180 at the back end of that leg at the start of this one. How often do we throw 180s when there's nothing you can do with the next visit? Try and pressurize your opponent with that maximum, but it's done in vain.
60.
I'm finding it very hard to try and call this game as to where it's going to finish.
100.
I get the feeling that maybe match darts are going to be missed by someone, and they're going to lose the match.
136. Yeah, well left, James.
Well, Fallon's got to get one more treble. She's not going to get to the finish.
85.
And Jenkins is looking good to equalise potentially. $85 left, just double checking.
88.
Has made a couple of arithmetic errors in this match.
140.
Fallon gets the 2 trebles to pressurise the 77. Huge moments coming in here. It's double top.
37.
The line was perfect. Just a bit too much ferocity on the dart. 1 dart of the bull.
25 left.
It is missed for 4-2.
58.
And now Andy has tops for 3-3. Small margins.
Yeah, game in 2.
Double 10 is good this time on the right side of the board for Andy. And we have a level game. And once more, another game that does not go via a big margin,
59.
which makes everything very interesting for the league. We've had 3, actually make that 4 5-4s, 1 5-2, and the remainder of the games have been 5-3. It's unusual to get a day
100.
of this many games and not get one game where it goes completely the wrong way for someone.
99.
Needs to go with teens.
138.
Good leave. Gets it almost the wrong way around, but that's the aggressive way of
59.
getting the 138. Now she has the throw. She's stolen it from Rocky.
56.
Double switch is no good. The consolation is that she will get a shot at the 114,
140.
which now looks even harder with Jenkins on 44.
58.
Get the feeling that maybe she was just too tentative with that 60. Jenkins to take the lead.
Oh, James.
This time
28.
does not get close to that 32. And Fallon, is that the miss that gives her the impetus to win this one?
36.
Wade on the outside of 10s. And Andy's been very lucky that that chance has been missed.
Yeah, gave him one.
Double 8 comes to his rescue once again. Plenty of chances for Fallon in this one, but
81.
as it stands, it's on throw. At the beginning of the match, you would have expected to be in this position.
100.
So from a psychological perspective, you could say whatever has gone before doesn't really matter. Fallon still needs to win the final 2 legs of the match.
82.
It's just harder to take when you know that you've broken the Jenkins throw at some point and you haven't been able to hold your own.
180.
Picture perfect 180 from Fallon Sherrick to halve her score.
140.
Jenkins is sticking with her.
100.
She's done well to get to 80. Andy will be thinking, get to 80 or possibly get the tops.
137.
Gets a bit closer than 80. This now has to go.
80 and 2.
And it does. When the pressure is applied, Fallon Sherrick has come up with her best leg of the match. 14 darter. And another 9-leg thriller for today's play.
100.
This is the 5th game that's gone the distance.
60.
One of them, of course, was the game between Dave Evans and Wolfie, which was first out of the blocks this morning.
41.
Eventually, it was a result that was scrubbed because of Wolfie's departure due to technical issues.
85.
Honours pretty much even after 6 darts. Still advantage Jenkins. But he's starting to stray.
James. 40.
Not enough. And any professional dart player knows that they need to be south of 300 at the very minimum. After 9 darts.
100.
That's better. What does Fallon have?
140.
It's good. It's not good enough to get to a finish.
100.
First to a finish is Jenkins.
59.
I'm not sure that is enough from Fallon. Let's first poke for the match. Comes up short on that requisite treble. And if Fallon Sherrick gets one big
6.
treble from her first 2, she will have a match dart. There's the treble. There's the single. One match start at tops. And she has done it. She has stopped the unbeaten Andy Jenkins, and he can no longer post 8 points, which makes it very interesting for his next match against Richie Edhouse. Do not go anywhere.
All the message.
Anyway.
Welcome back, and
No
it's
problem.
pretty simple. If Andy
Didn't know
Jenkins
we was
wants
allowed to play in
to
jeans.
win today, he has to win this game, and he has to win it by some distance. He's on the same amount of points as Dave Evans is.
All the best,
He
mate.
is 2 adrift in the leg counter.
25.
By winning
Yeah, 25.
5 legs to 3, he will get on to +3 and 6 points. If he can somehow
25.
find his way to 5-2 or 5-1, that might be enough
Bullseye.
to get it done, because the 2 people that can stop him
There we go.
are Ed House in this game, but possibly one of the 2 of those players in the next game when Sherrick and Ed House play each other. We will know the situation as soon as this game is done. Will the next game be a shootout for today's
60.
champion? That will be the case if Richie Edhouse wins this match. He's been very, very steady today, Richie Edhouse. Started with the only 5-2 scoreline of the entire day when he lost to
60.
Dave Evans. But every other game has been 5-3 or 5-4 for today's player. Maybe we are due someone
100.
getting a bit of a tousling.
$100.
Richie has started in the same sort of vein as he started his previous match with J.COLE,
137.
playing straight and effective.
60.
And he's been straight, hasn't veered away from that
In what?
20 segment. But with a lack of trebles in the bank, he's allowed Richie plenty of time to get that double 12, and he doesn't hesitate in taking the 13 dart start.
140.
This game is going to be rapid, so don't leave it. Blink and you will miss it, darts.
$100.
When players are playing
8.
like these 2 are right now, it's hard to understand what can go wrong. Neither player has
60.
veered away from that 20 segment in this game so far. It's been made to look very simple.
40.
Andy's response to that first leg from Richie has been Goliath.
58.
2 16s for an 11.
There you go.
Gets the 12.
Well, there you went. Double 8 again.
High quality stuff. First and foremost,
100.
Jenkins needs to get the 2 points. Because if he doesn't, he cannot win this today. This is his
100.
last chance saloon to keep his streak going for the week. Winning on Monday, of course. And trying to get a 3-peat, which is something that only 3 players have done. One of them
84.
is Ed House. Sherrick is vying for her second daily title in a week.
Ton.
She's currently on 4 points with an even score in the leg counter, so she will be hoping for an Ed House win to shoot out the
190.
next game. Now Richie maxes and asks Andy if he can.
66.
He left with 2. Double 16 with 1.
In 3.
That is magical from Richie Edhouse. 13, 12, and 12. That's your sequence for 3 winning legs.
41.
37 darts between these 2 players for 3 winning legs. That is stratospheric.
47.
But just when you make it look so easy, you have what's called a back to normal shot, where you spray the darts everywhere. That's exactly what Richie's just done.
60.
Advantage of throw in this game so far has told the story. Whoever started the leg first has been the stronger player.
140.
That 140 really does get Richie back in the leg, though.
100.
He may need another one.
$125.
It's something very similar. Andy's looking at tops.
Game in 3.
Look at that. I mean, that's a dreadful 15 darter, considering what's gone on before. This is just a brilliant, brilliant match. Before anybody tweets me saying, how could I be so disrespectful to Andy, I'm saying dreadful and I'm being sarcastic. Because the previous legs were better than that. 2 12s, a 13 and a 15.
26.
Guys, I like to keep count. That is just great, great darts. But I said that the advantage of throw was a big thing. Now all of a sudden Andy Jenkins is making his assault on the Edhouse throw.
180.
Not only did he time those two 140s well, but he did it at a time where Richie couldn't find a treble. But then Richie comes back with a maximum.
91.
Andy's doing everything right here.
64.
Leaves a finish as long as Andy does not get 60 in ball.
65.
Halves the score. It's 137 that he got the last time. He's not going to get the 151 though.
60.
How many shots does Andy get to take this fifth leg to break the throw? It's 2.
Yeah, game in 3.
It's a lovely dart. By going directly underneath that dart, it probably wasn't prime, so he went slightly to the right of it to just caress that dart and use it, and it was perfectly measured.
97.
You see that Andy's darts don't go in very flat, they go in at a moderate upright angle. However, Richie's go in very much more upright.
$96.
Very difficult to get a camera angle on the dartboard of the player that is directly behind so you can see everything square on, because the camera would be in the way, of course. But the angle that we have Andy's board on is one of the best, I feel.
$100.
Not enough from Edhouse. Andy is looking very good to get the 4-2, especially now. He's possibly within 13 to 16 darts,
100.
posting the total. Double 7. Can't do that. But can Richie stay in this with the treble 17 and double 18?
55.
Andy's done the right thing here by busting the shot. He didn't want to go to double 2. He's come back to the left side of the board.
Yeah, game in 2.
And got it done. 4-2. And as it stands, if Andy Jenkins was to break the throw one more time and win 5-2, he would post 6 points.
134.
And +4.
115.
The only person who could beat him today would be Fallon Sherrick, and she would have to beat Edhouse by quite a distance.
180.
But Richie's having none of that, of course. But since when is
85.
dark predictable? Fallon was asking Andy Jenkins about the banner on his wall
99.
in his camera shot. And Andy said it was to do with the building company that he's involved with.
140.
Nothing to do with the fact he's trying to tunnel out of his own house like the Shawshank Redemption. Richie's trying to tunnel out of this situation when he's missed 2 at double 14. Much like Andy in the previous leg, though, he will return for it and have another crack at the whip. Can he hit double 7? Awkward. Is it a dart? Now, Andy, this is a big shot. This could be a day-winning shot. Double 18.
Oh, you absolute
2 match darts gone.
78.
Both of those doubles could have won him today because of the margin.
In 2.
And as it happens, Ed House keeps it going, and Andy hasn't got those points yet. And that possible margin in the leg column now decreases. The best he can do is plus 6 points and plus 3, which makes the job for Sherrick a little bit easier.
140.
But how Sherrick would still love Ed House to win this match, and just to be a shootout.
100.
But if Andy Jenkins is to win this one, Sherrick wants this to be as tight as possible.
140.
Back-to-back 140s from Ed House. For a man who is nicknamed Madhouse,
120.
it's incredible how many times you don't see him on double 1. Which, for a lot of dogs,
140.
that is called a madhouse. What a response from Ed House this has been.
100.
Will Andy get another crack at a 96 for the match? Likelihood is no. Double 6 is pinged. This is going all the way.
All the best, mate.
The question now remains, does Andy Jenkins get any more match darts? Because that was a break throw, and now Ed House's favourite, based on the momentum.
60.
Is there one more twist in the tail?
$100.
Sit back and enjoy the drama. We have a maximum of 10 legs left today.
100.
$60.
If Andy does not win this match, he will be borderline unapproachable for the next hour.
70.
Treble 20 in that visit, but it's not capitalised on. Ed House may go 19s first. 1271. Does so. It's the right call.
95.
What he should have done was go 25 and ball on dart 2, and then potentially go back to the treble 20 after that.
140.
He has not left the finish, whereas Andy has. First chance to win this match 5 legs to 4 will go to Andy Jenkins, but it's a much more difficult shot than what Richie has just left. It's now or never. And it's going to be double 16, which is his favourite corner.
32 left before it all.
Wasn't close. 3 match darts have gone. 1 at 18s, 1 at double 9, and 1 at double 16. 3 different targets have gone begging. And Ed House exhales and goes for tops.
Hitting 1.
There are, mate.
And Andy Jenkins' chance of winning today is gone, because the next match we see, which is Richie Ed House and Fallon Sherrick, is now a shootout to see who wins today and gets to 6 points. Don't miss that one. Final game of the day, and it couldn't be better poised. Andy Jenkins is now out of the running for the top spot, as is Dave Evans, who finished some 90 minutes ago. One of these players, Fallon Sherrick or Richie Edhouse, will finish on 6 points, which will be too much for everybody.
25. And
So it's a direct shootout. Whoever wins the game wins the day. It's a lot easier when it's like this. You don't have to do lots of
44.
calculations. And it's been especially easy on this occasion because not only do Fallon and Richie have the same points, they also have the same leg difference.
46.
We have not had a 5-1 or 5-1 all day, which is why all of the leg differences are so close. On Monday, there was a difference of 25 legs between last place and top spot, which was Andy Jenkins on +9 and Fallon Sherrick on -16. She can reverse that completely by going to the top. We'll know the final leg difference score after this match, but
100.
as it stands, between bottom and top, the difference is 6 legs, which is 19 better than that of Monday. Quite astounding.
43.
100.
There have been a lot of games in the last 3 months. Of course, we will finish up week 12 on Saturday. There have been over
58.
1,250 matches for your entertainment. Be really interested to hear your favourite one.
21.
I'm sure a lot of you would say Warburton versus Koltsov, which is a classic. But now Edhouse has tops with that dart that fell on the floor. He's allowed to retrieve it and throw it.
56.
But now Fallon Sherrick, by virtue of the 131 approach, can take the lead on double 12.
24 and 2.
Gets it on double 6 and takes an early advantage. The bonus is that that was a break throw, and she can now consider herself favourite to win today.
80.
Will that be the simple story? Or will there be more twists to come?
100.
Whatever you guys have got planned for this evening, wherever you are around the world, I hope you have a wonderful time, but I'll stick to this one to see who gets today's title.
45.
These players will return on Friday for one last crack of the whip. For this phase, it will be the end of phase 3 for these players come Friday. We'll be going to the last day
60.
for these guys on Friday, with Fallon having bagged her second daily title in a week. Or will it be Richie Edhouse
96.
getting another chalk mark for the confidence chart? Because he's had plenty.
100.
Just about to say that Fallon was half a dart behind,
99.
but she sensibly used the 19s on the last shot. 1, 2, 4. Just a nicer looking number than 1, 2, 3.
80.
Now, if you miss the 60, you can make a short hop to treble 18 for Bull, which is exactly what she's done.
25 left.
She
99.
gets the line right for the Bull. Just came up a bit short. This was the checkout that knocked out Andy Jenkins.
100.
He was pinged by Fallon on that occasion, but has not been hit by Richie. A very central single. Can she see enough of the double 8?
25 in
The
3.
answer is yes. That is a brilliant shot, because her big flight and the upright angle of that dart will have been shielding most of that double.
96.
In tennis terms, it's avantage Sherrick.
Sixty.
I was just reminiscing with Fallon off the air about
43.
a pairs match we played at the World Soft Tip Cup in Hong Kong about 2.5 years ago, where we were playing two of the best soft tip players in the world, and we played very well to win that match. But we didn't win the entire game. We lost to Japan.
96.
She told me that she couldn't remember winning that. Told her to refresh her memory by looking at it on YouTube.
27.
She may need a few moments to breathe after that 27 visit, because she hasn't found a treble in this leg yet.
60.
Hasn't been punished much by Richie, but right there he didn't have to.
140.
She's back in the game. But so was Richie.
174.
In devastating fashion. First ton plus score of this leg, and it's a 174.
58.
And Richie should surely be within 1.
Good one.
His doubling today has been, on the whole, very good. Thank you for your company today. Whether you've joined us on the MODUS website, dartshop.tv, or whether you have joined us through the MODUS YouTube channel, or via your favourite bookmaker's website. Just to recap what happened earlier, Martin Adams had to pull out because of a problem with his connection in his area of England, which means that all of the players only had 4 registered games. Dave Evans actually played his 5 games, but one of the results was scrubbed.
60.
It's been a shame not to see Martin play today, but I would say that that's a bad sign for the players on Friday. Martin will want to rebound, and not playing today might just give his elbow a little bit more time to rest as well, because he has been struggling with that.
59.
Fallon's scoring seems to have disappeared a little bit.
43.
But she has not been punished in the slightest.
69.
It's been one of those legs, and she's had a few of them today.
$45.
Still advantage Sherrick somehow. Tired arms, tired minds. And when she's hitting that small 20 underneath the 60, it is the sign of a tired arm.
88.
Whereas Richie was very straight earlier in the day.
79.
Starting to veer into the 1s and 5s now. Fallon needs to stay in that region. Double 16.
24.
Don't often get a reaction from Fallon, but she knows that possibly Edhouse will close that gap to 0 with this. Bad news for Sherrick is that the 60 is in.
2.
Double 8 is as well. Textbook stuff.
Go better.
Maybe a little bit of a jovial nature and a bit more of a relaxed attitude will allow both players to relax a bit more on the dartboard. bit of tension maybe as to the fact that they know that this is a shootout for the title.
56.
Richie has steadied things up, and when you're not having a good scoring time of it in a couple of legs, I often say to myself, just try and score tons, try and stay straight, and then things will click. And they're starting to click again from the man who lives in Hastings.
40.
Fallon cannot leave a finish now.
59.
Excellent bullseye switch.
121.
And a wonderful leave of tops after 12. Somebody has woken up the Richie Ed house of earlier.
60.
In one.
And is doubling. He's doing the talking. A 3-2 lead from 2-0 down. Sherrick was favourite. And now I would say that Ed House is firmly more likely to win today.
59.
And the young lady you can see on your screens,
47.
who celebrates her birthday on the 2nd of July. She was saying earlier that
97.
she'll be old at the age of 26. How very depressing to hear that. As someone 15 years her senior.
140.
97.
The fact that Richie has not got 2 trebles in that visit is good news for Fallon.
92.
She keeps her 1 visit advantage.
$100.
Neck and neck in a massive leg. It will either be 3-3 or Richie Edhouse will have a 2-leg gap and be within 1 of today's title.
$100.
Seems to be chipping away at Fallon at this point in time, but she has 60 in bull.
36 left.
She does leave double 18, but
93.
it's no longer in her hands. Definitely be game and set. If double 14 goes.
In 3.
Oh, the doubling is just so good. She did everything she could to leave that double 18 that she favours. But Edhouse, Mr. Clinical. He's the kind of player when he gets a chance, he runs. There's a chasm between them and the averages.
Snap in. 40.
But with the way the scores have gone in the 7th, Richie is looking very good to bag another title.
57.
$58.
The trebles have disappeared. They've disappeared to the south of England where Richie is. He's got lots of visits to take care of that 164.
95.
And you feel the chance may have gone for Fallon to bag that 2nd title. Can he finish with a flourish? Not quite.
84.
That's enough. And with Fallon not getting that treble on the first start or going single 18 first, Richie has minimum 2 visits for 80. This is where you get 2 big singles, or you just go straight for the 60. And right in that double 10, that is the way you do it. His doubling in the last 3 or 4 legs was something out of this atmosphere. but he is the man today. He's top of the tree. He started last. He's finished first. Richie Eddhouse, congratulations. Dave Evans comes second, but join us again tomorrow where Keen Barry will join us